weren't so good. It's that the teams have become so prominent and corporate over the course of the years that, they have a little bit more of the sort of the sweet set that come out. In Dallas, the tailgaters did not really come out at all because all of the parking is reserved for the sort of the fancy season ticket holders. So to find that tailgate scene, you've got to leave.
Yeah, but you're not turning anybody off here. You're just exciting Giants fans and Jets fans to bash the Cowboys. You can't bash the Cowboys.
Do you want me to trash talk the Giants right now?
No, I don't want you to do that.
Okay, because I wasn't going to do that.
Good. Well, otherwise we would have to cut this short and get back to Nick's conversation. Mike Trupiano, NFL Tailgate 32. Was it tailgate32.com?
You got it, tailgate32.com.
What was the best? Like, what was from beginning to end the best day you had?
So one that stands out in my mind is our date with the Houston Texans. I really didn't have a whole lot of expectation in going in there. They're a relatively new team. They've sort of been on the upswing over the last couple of years, but the franchise, for one, stepped up and really wanted to show off how they supported the whole fan culture. The president of the organization came out, walked the lots with us, which was really cool, and he gave us a number of concrete examples of how they've responded specifically to sort of fans' requests and demands to make that tailgate experience better. And the way he put it was that, fans are shelling out a lot of money to come to these games. And for them to get a 3-hour experience is nice, but for them to get an 8-hour experience is far better. And if they can go ahead and provide that and have it a very, very memorable thing for their fans, those fans are going to want to come back game after game and year after year. And I think that's a very sort of forward-looking way to think about it. It's great that team leadership is doing that.
What fans welcomed you? What fans are like, Mike, John, let's go. We're family.
Here's was kind of a shocker for us. It was only a couple of weeks into the season. We were in Jacksonville, Florida. They don't have a reputation for being the biggest, the wildest, the most successful fan base, for sure. But we walked those lots over the Twitter, over the Facebook. Everyone who had caught up with us before were calling us out by name. They knew who we were. They wanted to welcome us in. They invited us to literally participate in all their traditions that they were trying to develop as a new team, as a new fan base. And that was really, really a surprising and cool thing we got to see.
You have one harrowing experience. I mean, you guys have been, 22,000 miles, you said? Have you had one thing that you're like, Dave, this you can't believe?
Sure. Frankly, the most scary thing we've seen hasn't been in a parking lot at all. It's actually been dealing with the RV that we've been driving around. At one point, we've had so many problems with this thing. Name a major system, we've had a problem with it.
How'd you get this thing? Would you contact like Scooby-Doo and get that ultimate time machine or whatever the thing they drive is?
I went on Craigslist.
The mystery machine, that's right. Thank you. Jeff is listening.
Well, at one point we were unable to turn the vehicle off. You take the key out of the ignition, and the engine is still running. We had to find a kill switch on the battery and do this for about 3 or 4 days over until we could find someone who could service it, because even the experts who'd worked on this engine for years and years and years had never seen this problem.
That's awesome. Is that the most harrowing? Is that the best story you have of all the journeys on the road?
Oh, I'm not sure if that's the worst. All of the worst ones are RV related, to be honest. We've not had a real bad fan experience anywhere in the National Football League, and it sounds like I'm employed by the NFL, and I'm most certainly not. But we've really just had wonderful fan experiences everywhere we've been.
We got Kurt Rambis coming on in a second, so we got to run. But has this been awesome? Has this been everything you've hoped it would be?
I got to tell you, I wouldn't trade this for the world. The fan experience we're having, the folks who we've met along the way have been it's been a life-changing experience for me, and I hope to get the opportunity to do this again sometime soon.
But tell me the truth. You've just spent the last 4 months with your brother traveling 22,000 miles. You do not like him anymore, right? I mean, you can tell me. We've
decided that while we need to continue to work together, We're not going to live in the same space anymore.
I think that's a great idea. Mike Trupiano, tailgate32.com is where you can check out their very cool videos. And I'm back in one of the earlier ones.
That's absolutely right. You're actually in the episode number 1.
Number 1.
The New York Giants video. We're in this very studio. It was actually really, really cool to start the season off this way.
Mike, I appreciate it. Tell your brother I say, hey, he owes me a T-shirt. I don't know where that T-shirt is.
It's supposed to be coming up here, actually.
That's what he says. Kurt Rambis will join us next to talk Knicks and Nets and Rondo and all that good stuff right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Let's go! Let's go! For the Jets to have any shot at making the playoffs, they must win out. Can this Jets team handle the challenge?
I know the commitment of our players, and that's why I'm confident that we can improve and will improve.
Jets Cardinals coverage gets underway Sunday at 11. Brought to you by MasterCard's
Right now, the Home Depot has freshly cut Christmas trees starting at only $17.98. Picking out the perfect tree is a great tradition. Paying too much shouldn't be. Take one of these beauties home for the holidays and you could save enough for a little extra garland, a few more lights on the tree, or maybe an extra gift or two beneath it. All thanks to our freshly cut Christmas trees arriving weekly and starting at only $17.98. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. U.S. only.
As everyone knows, the holidays are a season for giving. And this holiday season, you won't find an automobile dealer giving more than the folks at Nissan of Manhattan. And we're happy to tell you, this generosity will be openly displayed during the Nissan Season to Save event, where you can get incredible deals, like an all-new 2013 Nissan Altima for just $189 a month for 36 months, or a 2012 Rogue S all-wheel drive for $169 a month for 39 months. In fact, every new Nissan model in stock is priced for immediate delivery. And of course, at Nissan of Manhattan, our generosity isn't confined to new vehicles. If you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, simply visit our inventory page at nissanofmanhattan.com and see our varied selection of certified Nissan and other pre-owned vehicles priced for the holiday season. The Season to Save is all part of Nissan of Manhattan's ongoing mission to provide our customers with the best product and the best automotive value possible. So this holiday, when making your list and checking it twice, make sure the name of Nissan of Manhattan and Season to Save are there in big, bold letters. Nissan of Manhattan, 48th Street and 11th Avenue, or nissanofmanhattan.com. Altima 1784, Rogue 3763, do it signing plus tax, tags, and registration.
ESPNradio.com. Right now.
Hi, I'm Bob Picozzi. On Thursday's edition of Mike and Mike, Mike Greenberg and Mike Golick discussed Jim Harbaugh's decision to name Colin Kaepernick, the 49ers starting quarterback, for Sunday's game with the Rams. Tonight's Saints-Falcons game, whether users of performance-enhancing drugs should be voted into baseball's Hall of Fame, and a skirmish between the Nets and the Celtics. They visited with Marcellus Wiley, Brian Billick, John Lynch, and Frank Caliendo. It's all yours on the Mike and Mike page at ESPNradio.com. Meanwhile, over at the Pod Center page...
Hey, it's Ross Tucker from the ESPN Football Today podcast. Today, we're talking Jason Babin getting claimed by the Jags, Colin Kaepernick's the starter at San Francisco, and Saints-Falcons on Thursday Night Football.
Hey, it's Nate Roberts of the Fantasy Focus Football podcast. On today's show, Matthew Berry and I talk about his Week 13 rankings.
You can hear this and much more on the Pod Center page at ESPNradio.com. Log on to the ESPNradio.com stream, the most listened to stream in the world.
Colin Cowherd and the Herd.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sports.
San Francisco.
All right, Kaepernick named the starter. Andrew Brandt, ESPN NFL insider, former front office guy around the NFL, including the Packers. By the way, how much of this is money? Does that mean nothing here? Because you can't have dead money, and if Smith doesn't start, he's kind of dead money. Money play into this at all?
I always think it does, and maybe I'm too much on that lens, Colin. But, yeah, I mean, Smith signed a one-year deal basically for $8 million. There is about $1 million guaranteed left next year, but to me, they're sort of risking the boat on that. They'll pay $1 million next year if they have to get rid of him. But, you know, Peyton Manning, they did some flirtation there. Alex Smith went to Miami. They ended up signing him one-year deal. Not a lot of long-term commitment there.
Major League Baseball.
Well, it's the first steroid ballot, so it's kind of interesting. Bonds, Clemens, Sammy Sosa, Ian O'Connor, great writer, ESPNNewYork.com. All right, all these guys on the ballot. Do you have a vote, by the way, Ian?
I do, Colin. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Guys like you always do. You know, there's a reason you do and I don't. Okay. So what do you? How are you voting on these guys? Can I ask you that?
Yeah, sure. I wrote about it today for ESPNNewYork.com. I'm voting for Clemens and Bonds, not for Sosa. I just think Clemens and Bonds. I'm a member of the Baseball Writers Association of America, and in that organization, those two players are the most decorated players in the history of that organization as far as awards are concerned. 7-time Cy Young, 7-time MVP. And my feelings on the story, guys, have evolved over time. I think if you are a generational great, if you will, if you're a transcendent figure and you cheated, I'm still willing to vote for you. I think Sosa, McGuire, Palmeiro, those guys fall a little short of that standard.
If you just took steroids out, is Sosa a Hall of Fame player?
He might be, just the volume of home runs there. But, you know, the cork bat, too, that bothers me as well. So I think he's borderline, but over 600, I think probably I would favor putting him in. But with the steroid allegation, the reported fail test, and, you know, the cork bat as well, certainly as a cheater, as a PED guy, I'm not going to put him in.
Boston.
Chris Humphreys and Rajon Rondo got in a fight. Jared Wallace got into a fight, too. Chris Forsberg, ESPNBoston.com. First of all, who won the fight? That's all I care about initially.
When you go into the stands, everyone's a loser because now the league is going to come down harder on these guys. If that incident happened at center court, that's sort of a push, literally, because all they did was push each other. There really wasn't any good haymakers or anything that landed, at least. I think Rondo was sticking up for a teammate, but he did it in a bad situation. It wasn't that hard of a foul, but once that thing goes into the stands, that's a dangerous situation.
It's your daily sports page, spanning the globe in the herd. Weekdays at 10:25 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
For 10 brands, 4,000 vehicles, and guaranteed financing, I go right to Route 1 in Woodbridge to Sansone Auto Mall. Find the car for you, SansoneAuto.com.
I'm Dave Rothenberg with your ESPN New York Sports Center. Yankees and Mariano Rivera finalized a one-year deal worth a reported $10 million. Also earlier today, former Yankee catcher Russell Martin signed with the Pirates. Terms of that deal are a reported $17 million over 2 years. Thursday night football, we get started with Week 13. Saints at the Falcons. Atlanta led this one 17-0 early on. Now we're midway through the third, 17-10. Tony Gonzalez with a touchdown reception. Michael Turner with a touchdown run. College football, Rutgers with a chance to win the Big East and get a berth into a BCS Bowl. They're at home against Louisville. Great game on ESPN HD right now, tied at 17. NBA news. Nets announced today that center Brook Lopez will miss the next couple of games with a mild foot sprain. Also, forward Gerald Wallace was fined $35,000 for his role in the altercation against the Celtics last night. And Celtics point guard Rajon Rondo has been suspended for 2 games as a result of that same altercation. Rondo reportedly will not appeal the suspension.
I'm only getting started.
The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The world of the NBA is fast and furious. We're bringing our very own Kurt Rambis. How are you, Kurt? Kurt, you there?
Yep.
Hey, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. So what's going on? I'm just kind of reading about this on ESPN.com. What's going on tonight with the Spurs and Heat game where I guess the Spurs didn't dress any of their big guys?
Right. That's basically what happened is that Greg Popovich, just because of the number of games that they've had on the road already in this very young season, and they've played played 4 road games, including this one in the last 5 nights, and they've got a big game against the Memphis Grizzlies coming up. They decided to rest Danny Green, Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker, and Tim Duncan.
What's your take on that? I mean, to throw away a game against the Miami Heat, see, now they may even wind up winning the game, but I don't know. Does it hurt the sportsman-like issue of this league to you?
You know, I can certainly see just about every side of this scenario. And it's very unfortunate that this kind of got started, magnified last year during the lockout year when a lot of teams in the condensed season were trying to find ways to rest guys, especially older guys, to get them through the season, especially for teams that were trying to play into the latter part of June, the Spurs being one of them, that a lot of teams look to have their players take off games just to find ways to get rest because there was no rest during the season. So I'm a little bit surprised that Pop pulled it out at this point in time of this season. But when you look at a coach, his job is to manage his team and to manage his team through a season. And he probably saw some fatigue starting to set in with some members of his team. And he's also looking at this team and how do I get this team playing in June so that they're healthy, they're active, they're mobile, because I've got some young players on this team because I want to win a championship. And his responsibility is to the Spurs to win a championship. So from his perspective, I get what he's doing. But from the league's perspective, I certainly understand how they don't want this to become a norm with teams. They don't want guys resting players, especially when you have teams from the Western or Eastern Conference going to their opposite conference, because you only play that team one time. The Spurs are only going to be in Miami one time. This was a nationally televised game. So people expected to see stars matched up against stars, and that's what everybody wanted to see. But, you know, you can't argue. This game has been a very, very good, close game. And right now the Spurs have as good a chance to win this game as the Miami Heat do.
It really is an unbelievable story. Kurt Rambis joining us here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Let's look locally. Amari Stoudemire comes out last night, and it's reported that sources say that Amari is certainly willing to come off the bench when he returns. Was this a major issue for you, that there would be a problem when Amari came back and how he would fit in with this Knicks club?
Well, not that he would fit in, but necessarily how it affects the rotations after that. If he's going to come back and start, that's sitting somebody on the bench. And quite frankly, I think that Carmelo plays better at the 3 spot. He's a tougher matchup for every team playing at that spot. Excuse me, the 4 spot. The 4 spot as opposed to the 3 spot. And if you've got Tyson Chandler in there at the 5, Amari coming back at the 4, and then Carmelo at the 3, that's not as advantageous for the New York Knicks. So I wondered it right from the very beginning whenever he got hurt. Would he be willing to come off the bench? Because that might be a better scenario where he can come back and play the 5, and then you can rotate Carmelo back in, and you've got some very good defensive players playing the 5 spot for the New York Knicks. And, you know, you can mix and match all of those guys based on matchups. So just to supply some firepower coming off the bench offensively, I wondered if he would be, amenable to having that role on a team. And if those rumors are true, if he's willing to come off the bench, that tells you a lot about a player when he's willing to make that sacrifice and come off the bench. Because quite frankly, it's a very difficult job. But when you're a coach and you can find guys that will come off the bench and be productive, it's a huge asset for you.
All right, Kurt, I know you got to do a hit on Sports Center. Appreciate the time. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, be well. Thank you.
Absolutely. Kurt Rambis is giving us a little breakdown. How weird is this story? That Popovich, I mean, you are not convincing Popovich of anything he doesn't want to do, right? This guy doesn't care if it's the biggest game of the year, national television, taking on the Miami Heat. If he doesn't want to play Parker, Ginobili, Tim Duncan, you know what? He's not playing Parker, Ginobili, Duncan, any of these guys. I mean, this, and it's weird. It's going to be interesting to see what decision David Stern makes, because, the integrity of the game is really at stake here. And is he impacting that? It's a very strange scenario. And, Kurt Rambis, a former head coach in this league, says what's his ultimate goal, Greg Popovich, is to make this club ready for the postseason. But to start this now, what are we, game 14? To start this now seems, I don't know, to me a little early. If he wants to start at game 75, I guess you can buy into that. To make this decision now, I mean, if Tim Duncan gave you 20 minutes tonight, is that going to have a huge impact on the Spurs' ultimate run through the postseason? Probably not. If Tony Parker gave you 24 minutes, I understand you don't want to play these guys 40 minutes, and maybe winning this game is not the ultimate for the Spurs. But I think there's something about the integrity of the game. So a lot going on in the NBA now. Rajon Rondo suspended for 2 games. He's not going to appeal this. I mean, Kevin Garnett's always in the middle of these fracases. And Rondo, I thought very unnecessarily last night, went after Chris Humphries. Humphries fouled Garnett in a big way. Garnett went down. Rondo took exception. Yeah, Rondo is an interesting guy, because Rondo is, I don't think, very well liked around this league. And from what you hear, not really loved in Boston. And that's probably why every time there's a discussion of, are they going to trade him and they're not going to trade him? Well, think about what a cancer in some aspect this guy has to be. He's 26 years old, and every time there's talk about the potential of trading a star point guard, it's Rajon Rondo. What sense does that make? But let's get back into the Knicks right now. And for me, I thought last night, very important game for the Knicks. I thought Knicks absolutely needed to win this game. They come away with the win. Great. Now you look at the next 3 for the Knicks. It's Washington at home. It's Phoenix at home, and it's at Charlotte. How important is it? I think it's kind of important, because these are 3 very winnable games. And again, you look at the big picture with the Knicks, and you want this club to wind up with I think absolutely a top 4 seed. I think is vital for the Knicks to finish this season. So a game for the Spurs, like we talk about tonight, may not have the same impact as a game for the Knicks, because the Spurs have been there for the last decade, and all they do is win. Now, this is the Knicks' chance to really make some noise, and that's why I think there's completely different expectations. So let me ask you this. How important are these next 3 for the Knicks? How important is it for the Knicks, in your estimation, to come out and win these next 3 leading into the game next Thursday against Miami? 1-800-919-3776. Could you imagine? Not that it would ever happen, but it's kind of fun to think about. Could you imagine if Mike Woodson decided next Thursday night, you know what? Carmelo doesn't need to play. Jason Kidd, I'll give him the night off. Raymond Felton, that's not necessary. and he started, Kurt Thomas and Steve Novak and J.R. Smith, and the Knicks lost by 30 in that game. Could you imagine that? How important, though, to you is the next 3 games for the Knicks? If I told you right now, the Knicks go 2-1 in the next 3, does that anger you? Does that frustrate you? Or if I told you right now the Knicks go 2-1 in the next 3, you say, you know what? I can deal with that as long as they stay healthy. How important is it for the Knicks to win their next 3 games? 1-800-919-3776. How important is it for the Knicks to win their next 3 games? 1-800-919-3776. I mean, tomorrow's a layup. If the Knicks, and I'll be on, of course, after the Knicks game right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM, if the Knicks somehow lost at home to Washington, I understand the Wizards won last night. I know they beat Portland. I don't care. If you allow Bradley Beal to lead a club into the Garden, a place, and let's be honest, where the Knicks have had tremendous success so far this year. I mean, and that's the one thing that for me is exciting, is that the Knicks have come out and really shown you something at home. And for me, that's a really big deal. Because when was the last time that you looked at the Knicks and you said to yourself, they're a really good home team? Right? And when was the last time you looked at the Knicks and you said, this is a team at home that is a difference maker? Very long time. And now they kind of have that aura at Madison Square Garden and that feel at Madison Square Garden. If they lost tomorrow night, I would be beside myself. Sunday, home to Phoenix. You know what? I obviously it's a game you'd like to win. I think it's a game you expect to win. But that's not an embarrassing loss. And then you look at Charlotte. And I know that Charlotte has 7 wins this year. And I know Charlotte is a much improved team. I totally get it. But for me, I think you really need to win these next 3, because I don't know how confident you could be right now looking at the Knicks next Thursday against the Miami Heat, thinking that's going to be a game that they're going to win. So, you know what? I want the Knicks to go 3-0 in these next 3. And anything less than 3-0 over these next 3 for me would be very, very disappointing. You've got to hear what Jets offensive line coach had to say earlier today. It is unbelievable. We'll do that next. Dave Rothenberg with you on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
When you got 4 guys that are averaging in double figures with JR and Raymond Felton and Tyson, and then you add Melo to the mix, that's pretty good. We're averaging 103 points a game. We got to stay on pace of where we are until we're able to get Amari and our rook back, 2 other pieces that should help us on both ends of the floor.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, oh, that's so sweet, it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only. And void in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Special occasions like birthdays, anniversary, and the holidays are so much more special when you send a beautiful bouquet from 1-800-Flowers.com. They're fresh and beautiful flowers from a company that cares about delivering smiles to the people you care about. And this week, the offer is incredible for my listeners. It's the Rose and Calla Lily Bouquet from 1-800-Flowers.com. Half off this best-selling bouquet. 1 dozen vibrant red roses paired with 6 white calla lilies and a clear glass vase for only $29.99. Regularly $59.99. This week only, it's 50% off. The Rose and Calla Lily Bouquet. It's absolutely beautiful. These in your home change the look of the room. Perfect time of the year. Don't wait. Order the Rose and Lily Bouquet at half price. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side. Enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com. Enter Colin or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money, which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click, bam, boom. Visit Geico.com today. Click, bam, boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
The 7 p.m. presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com.
I like it like that. Hey, windows down, chilling with the radio on. I like it like that. Damn, sun's so hot. Make the girls kick it on.
The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
All right. I don't know if you heard this. You have to hear this. All right, Jets offensive line coach, and I know I'm going to butcher the name, and I apologize to the entire DeGuglielmo family, but I'm attempting here. Offensive line coach Dave DeGuglielmo, and from now on, the rest of the discussion I have with him is Coach Dave. All right, he addressed his team. Let's take a listen to what he has to say. He addressed the media, I should say. Very animated when he addressed the media earlier today. It's easy. Coach Dave, Jets offensive line coach, easy for fans to be critical. All right? Easy for fans to be critical. Here you go, Coach Dave.
It's easy to sit in the stands and say, hey, you know, I mean, you guys are professionals. These fans, they sit up there, they see what they see. I get it. They have their opinion. They're entitled. I sit and watch film. Hours and hours of it. I dissect it. I know who's supposed to block who. So I'm content with what's going on. I'm happy. Am I happy we're not winning? No, of course not. Am I happy we're 30th in the league? Of course not. But my job is this. My job is not that. My job has one specific area, and I do it. All right? And if it's not to the liking of my bosses, they'll let me know. And they haven't sold me so yet.
What is he talking about? Coach Dave, what are you doing? I'm happy with what I see. Mel Kiper came on before, right? Mel Kiper, who is just the genius of scouting and watching the NFL and analyzing it, right? Came on and said things were so bad with this Jets offensive line that he actually felt sorry in a couple of games for Mark Sanchez. And now Coach Dave comes out and says, listen, I'm doing my job. I'm happy with what I see. Are you happy with what you've seen? Tell me, are you, as a Jets fan, are you happy with what you've seen from the offensive line? I'm not looking to throw anybody under the bus. I'm just trying to talk completely honestly with you. With what you've seen from the Jets offensive line, do you feel pleased with that, or do you maybe disagree with Coach Dave right here? 1-800-919-3776. Let's listen to that again. He's animated. He says it's easy for fans to be critical. And you know what else I found to be kind of interesting here is that he comes out and he says, you know, my unit's, I'm not happy with the record, but my unit's doing well. Well, isn't this a team game? I mean, is Coach Dave just looking out for the offensive line? It's very weird. Are you, when you hear that, are you pleased with the Jets offensive line this year, or do you think that maybe Coach Dave hasn't done the job that he thinks he has? 1-800-919-3776. Coach Dave, offensive line for the New York Jets. Here he is again. Easy for you fans to be critical.
It's easy to sit in the stands and say, hey, you know, I mean, you guys are professionals. These fans, they sit up there, they see what they see. I get it. They have their opinion. They're entitled. I sit and watch film. Hours and hours of it. I dissect it. I know who's supposed to block who. So I'm content with what's going on. I'm happy. Am I happy we're not winning? No, of course not. Am I happy we're 30th in the league? Of course not. But my job is this. My job is not that. My job has one specific area, and I do it. All right? And if it's not to the liking of my bosses, they'll let me know. And they haven't sold me so yet.
All right, so the bosses haven't said anything to him. How about you? How do you react to how Coach Dave has done with this offensive line? This a good job? Outstanding? Hit it out of the ballpark? Or maybe you don't feel the same way he feels about the job he's done with this offensive line? 1-800-919-3776. Also, Coach Dave goes on to say he does not appreciate the media criticism. Here's the thing. When you talk about media criticism, okay? Go out and win, and you're not going to have a lot. Go out and lose, and you're going to have a ton. Coach Dave on the criticism from the media.
I guarantee you, whoever writes that has never put his hand in the dirt on 4th and 1 on the goal line, and whoever writes that has never coached these men when they have to tie their shoulder back into place, or they have to wear 3 braces on their legs, or they have to do whatever, sit in a whirlpool for 45 minutes just so they can go through a walkthrough. Okay, the statistics don't rate that. They don't rate reality. Those people don't even know what the schemes are, and that's part of the problem. Is those guys are being rated on, well, it's a run game, so therefore the line must not be doing well.
But that's why you're here.
I understand that. That's not why I'm here. You asked the coordinator. You're asking about offensive statistics. You're asking about. All I know is I coach my guys. They work hard. I got really, really good working guys. That's what I got. It's no different than what I taught you guys in the summertime. I got really good, hard-working guys. All right? And it's not secret. There's no secret here. And I'm not going to feed you with a bunch of stuff that you can write wonderful, glowing reviews about a guy, and I'm not going to feed you a whole bunch of stuff that's going to knock on a guy. That's not my job. That's someone else's job. Maybe that's his job. It ain't my job. My job is to get them to try to block the best they can block, keep those people off the quarterback. I mean, if you're all into statistics, then you should be looking at things other than, well, we're ranked 30th in the league. Okay, well, then that's it. Then talk to the coordinator about that. If you want to ask about an offensive line, you got to look at things like how many times has Mark Sanchez been hit? Literally been hit and knocked to the ground. Do that and do the great New England Patriots and ask how many times Tom Brady gets hit. Don't just read a stat and say, well, you got 25 sacks, 30 sacks, and the line must not be doing well.
I mean, come on. This guy sounds out of his mind. Really. Coach Dave DeGuglielmo. I mean, you got to be kidding me. You know, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to watch the Jets and know the offensive line's not very good. And you say, you know what, the fact that we're not moving, not scoring, that's on the offensive coordinator. That's not on me. So what you're telling me, what you're telling me is everything with this offensive line is just working at 100%. Mel Kiper came out with us earlier tonight and said what an embarrassment it was that the right tackle whiffed so many times against Seattle that Mark Sanchez had to dive onto the ground to save himself. And you know what I love is when coaches or players come at you, you do not understand what it's like to put your hand in the dirt. I understand what it's like to watch football. And watching the Jets is a lot worse brand of football than watching a lot of teams in this league right now. I understand that you watch the Packers and you feel like, you know, that's a pretty good football team. Or you watch the Giants, you think it's a pretty good football team. You watch the Bears, you watch the Patriots. That's a knock on the Patriots about, how many times Tom Brady's gotten hit. Yeah, would you trade that offense for your offense? As great as your offensive line has been? I mean, you talk about flying off the handle. You talk about what is going on? You know, we just continue to talk about the Jets. And I've spoken to people saying, why do you talk about the Jets so much? Well, why would you think I talk about the Jets? Because you have this guy who comes out and makes himself look ridiculous. What is the point of this? To come out and say how we know nothing about football, so we shouldn't be able to comment on it? So what, should we just sit here and be quiet? So have the Jets done well? Or should we analyze it as far as each individual position? Well, let's see. All right. Mark Sanchez hasn't passed the mustard so far, right? Hasn't passed muster so far this year, right? Running game hasn't been that good, right? You think the running game has been good? I mean, you look at the same, and I know you can't look at stats because stats are completely ridiculous. Right? Stats mean absolutely nothing. Oh, what are you looking at then? Points scored? That's bad. Turnovers? That's bad. What is it about this Jets offense that I'm supposed to look at and be so impressed that Coach Dave has done with this offensive line? You know, should we have, been excited when they could barely move the football against Seattle? Or when Dustin Keller jumped up? Well, that's not him, right? Right, because that's a tight end, and that doesn't fall within the genre of offensive line. Nick in New Jersey, you hear that. What do you think about this, Nick?
Well, fundamentally, I just think there's the perfect reason why he's got to be fired. But the fact of the matter is that what you've got is there is this agreement between all of the coaches of the Jets players and the Jets players. They have this little agreement. Listen, this is a tough year, so let's not criticize each other. So Coach Ryan, after the game, he doesn't get up to the podium after the game, after that embarrassing game where any college team could have beat him, and said, listen, I'm so upset that there's no passion out there that I'm going to, if it wasn't for the union contract, I would take these guys to the practice field. But the fact is that don't criticize us. The coaches say, police players. Don't criticize us, and we won't criticize you. We'll all stick together on this, and we'll just play mediocre football for the rest of this year. The fact of the matter is,
Nick, I think of mediocre football as like 500. I don't even know if they've played mediocre football this year.
Well, I just said any college team could have beat them. But here's what I say to Coach Dave. Coach Dave, here's the statistic I'll look at, which is the summary of professionals ranking you, Coach Dave. You're number 30, which means there's 29 teams doing a better job than you do, and you should think about that. Not try to convince me that I don't know football. Just know that aside from how pathetic you look out there, and how Sanchez, the only reason he hasn't been sacked 50 more times is because he does throw the ball away within 1 second of getting it. And the thought process on it is they're playing so disgraceful. They're so out of shape. They barely drag their butts off that field, some of them. And the fact of the matter is that they're tired. Within the first quarter, they're playing exhausted football, and they don't even hardly show up for the fourth quarter.
Listen, I don't know and thanks for the call, that I would say they're playing exhausted football. I know what I see. And I see a subpar offensive line. And for this guy to come out on the offensive and be so aggressive about how we don't understand what's going on. And are the Jets tough? I mean, I can't sit here and tell you that Nick Mangold is not icing himself 20 hours a day, and that Brandon Moore is not the biggest warrior in the world and doesn't have a heart of a lion, and that Austin Howard is not all banged up and is still playing game after game. I can't tell you if that's true or not. But what I can tell you is that this Jets offensive line is not very good. So if he wants to say you don't know what these guys are going through and how they're battling, you know what? I don't. I can't answer that. But I'm not an idiot. I can watch an NFL game and see that this Jets offensive line is not good. And for this guy, it's not even like he's on the defensive. He's on the offensive. God forbid anybody on this Jets team say, you know what, this guy didn't play very well. That guy didn't play very well. No, we just, you know what it is? You know why the Jets are 4-7? You know why this Jets team sits here at 3 games below 500? Because we don't understand. Because we just can't sympathize with what it's like to put your hand in the dirt and play in the NFL. That's why the Jets are 4-7. It's your fault. It's your fault. It's my fault. It's Jeff's fault. It's Rich's fault. It's not the Jets' fault. They didn't do anything wrong. Why would you hold the Jets accountable for a 4-7 record? We continue the discussion of just how far this club is actually out of touch. We'll do that next. Dave Rothenberg with you on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Jets head coach Rex Ryan, weekly on the Michael Kay Show.
Do you believe that these last 5 games are going to be a referendum on you? And do you feel these last 5 games you're coaching for your job?
If I focus on my situation, that really isn't the priority here. The priority is the players and getting these guys to where we're playing good football and better football and keep improving. I think that's where the priority has to be.
Make this Christmas come to life with a fresh-cut Fraser fir Christmas tree from Lowe's for only $19.98. Plus, take something home to put under the tree, like the 70-piece Cobalt Drill Driver Set for only $14.98. That's a savings of $25. Hurry into Lowe's for these and other great offers before it's too late. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer valid November 28th through December 3rd. While supplies last, see store for details.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
Hey, Mike and Mike here, and listen, if you're still relying on going to the post office for all your postal needs, you need to know there's a much better way. That's Stamps.com. Take it from us. Stamps.com will change the way you do your mailing and your shipping.
With Stamps.com, you won't waste any more time making trips to the post office.
You can access all the services of the post office 24/7 without ever leaving your desk. Buy and print official U.S. postage using your own computer and printer. Print postage for any letter or package. Then you just hand it to the mailman. You'll never have to go to the post office again or lease an expensive postage meter.
So you'll save yourself a bunch of time. And then if you just remember our name is Mike, you're going to save yourself a bunch of money as well. Here's how. Use the name Mike for a no-risk trial. It's a $110 bonus offer that includes a digital scale and up to $55 in free postage. But don't waste time. Do it now. Go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and enter our name, Mike. That's Stamps.com and enter Mike. Save time, save money. You try it.
I've fallen off, but do not come looking for me. Just go in and enjoy the wings and pizza. Thanks.
Pizza. At participating locations, plus tax.
What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball.
WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
I'm Dave Rothenberg with your ESPN New York Sports Center. Yankees and Mariano Rivera finalized a one-year deal worth a reported $10 million. Also today, more news from the Yankees. Former catcher Russell Martin, former Yankees catcher, I should say, Russell Martin has signed with the Pirates. Terms of that deal reportedly $17 million over 2 seasons. NFL news today at Jets practice. Head coach Rex Ryan addressed several subjects, including some damage control following linebacker Bart Scott's comments regarding Jets fans.
I had a conversation with Bart, and when what I said, I'll stay behind, that our fans deserve better, and I was the first guy to say, would say that. And with us, it's just when I mentioned to Bart, you have to appreciate the fans. The thing that makes this game so great is the players and the fans, and that's the truth.
Jets Cardinals, 11 o'clock Sunday morning, of course, right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Week 13 already underway. Saints taking on the Atlanta Falcons. Falcons led this one 17-0, clinging to a 2013 lead in the fourth quarter. Rutgers' chance to win the Big East didn't get it done. They led Louisville 14-3. They go on to lose 20-17. NBA Nets announced today that center Brook Lopez will miss in the next couple games with a mild foot sprain. Gerald Wallace fined $35,000 for his role in the altercation against the Celtics last night. And Celtics point guard Rajon Rondo has been suspended for 2 games as a result of that same altercation. Rondo will reportedly not appeal the suspension.
The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Is it just me, or is there a whole bunch of crazy going on over there in Florham Park? You talk about the inmates running the asylum. What is going on over there? How about this? Let me pose this to you, Jets fans. And honestly, I swear to you, I'm not trying to stir the pot. Do you feel embarrassed as a Jets fan? Do you feel like, God, I wish this wasn't my team. I wish my team acted a little more professionally when it came to this. Because I'm a Giants fan. I live and die with the Giants. When the Giants do something, when Plexico Burress shot himself in the leg, I was horrified that a guy would be out and do this and go through the motions of trying to cover it up, and Antonio Pierce got involved. As a Jets fan, do you feel embarrassed by this? I look at this is embarrassing. You have Bart Scott calling out the fans. You have the offensive line coach, Dave DeGuglielmo, or whatever. We call him Coach Dave here on the Dave Rothenberg Show. Coming out making these just fanatical comments about he doesn't appreciate the criticism and we don't understand the game and his offensive line has met all the standards that he would consider. When you look at the Jets, do you just kind of feel like this team is just spiraling out of control? And we started this discussion when Tim Tebow came on board, and he's been the one guy that has been the good soldier the entire year. Now, does he love the media attention? Yeah, I believe that he probably does. But at least he's handling himself in a presentable way. And the same with Mark Sanchez. You can be as frustrated. And here's the difference. You can lose with grace. You can lose in an appropriate manner. And for me, I look at the Jets, and they're not only are they losing now, but to add insult to injury, they're embarrassing themselves now. And that's the difference. There's a lot of terrible teams around the NFL. The Browns are lousy. The Raiders are lousy. The Chargers stink. But, I mean, to embarrass yourself off the field and Rex can't control it. And this is Rex's team. Go out there. Coach, what are you doing? Bart, what are you doing? What is going on with this club right now? As a Jets fan, do you look at this club and say, I don't even know? At this point, I'm embarrassed of this team. 1-800-919-3776. As a Jets fan, you could say no. You call me and say, you're out of your mind. Why would I be embarrassed? What do I care? And as someone who lives and dies with sports and clearly taking it too seriously, and that's me, I look at this and this embarrasses me for the Jet fan. Rich in Congress, you're on ESPN New York. What's up, Rich?
Hey, what's going on? I'll keep it short and sweet. Like yourself, I'm a Giants fan. And Coach Dave, I was listening to him on the ride home. He's a joke. The organization is a joke. Why don't you just make it a laughing stock and put Tebow in? That way it'll be entertaining. I mean, Sanchez running into his offensive line was pretty entertaining. I did get a good laugh out of that. But just put Tebow in for, what's the problem? Why don't you just put him in? At what point do you put him in, if ever?
You know what the funny thing, Rich, is that's the one line that they will not cross. You know, offensive line coaches can embarrass themselves and make the team look foolish. Bart Scott can come after the fans and say they were picked last in dodgeball. But the one thing that this team refuses to do is play Tim Tebow. And why? I mean, I don't understand why the Jets are so adamant about needing to talk over and over and over. Honestly, for me, I actually feel sorry for Jets fans because why is this necessary to do this? We know the team is not good. We know the team is not going to go to the postseason. That's okay. It happens. You took a step back from last year to this year. So at least you lose with class. You know, it's one thing to lose. It's another thing to lose like John McEnroe. And at this point, the Jets are not losing the way you should lose. We got to listen to Coach Dave again. All right. He doesn't appreciate you, and you don't understand. That's what it is. You don't understand.
I guarantee you, whoever writes that has never put his hand in the dirt and fought the one on the goal line, and whoever writes that has never coached these men when they have to tie their shoulder back into place, or they have to wear 3 braces on their legs, or they have to do whatever, sit in a whirlpool for 45 minutes just so they can go through a walkthrough. Okay, the statistics don't rate that. They don't rate reality. Those people don't even know what the schemes are, and that's part of the problem. Is those guys are being rated on. Well, it's a run game, so therefore the line must not be doing well.
But that's why you're here.
I understand that. That's not why I'm here. You asked the coordinator. If you're asking about offensive statistics, you're asking about. All I know is I coach my guys. They work hard. I got really, really good working guys. That's what I got. It's no different than when I talk to you guys in the summertime. I got really good, hard-working guys. All right? It's not secret. There's no secret here. And I'm not going to feed you with a bunch of stuff that you can write wonderful, glowing reviews about a guy, and I'm not going to feed you a whole bunch of stuff that's going to knock on a guy. That's not my job. That's someone else's job. Maybe that's his job. It ain't my job. My job is to get them to try to block the best they can block, keep those people off the quarterback. I mean, if you're all into statistics, then you should be looking at things other than, well, we're ranked 30th in the league. Okay, well, then that's it. Then talk to the coordinator about that. If you want to ask about an offensive line, you got to look at things like how many times has Mark Sanchez been hit? Literally been hit and knocked to the ground. Do that. Do the great New England Patriots and ask how many times Tom Brady gets hit. Don't just read a stat and say, oh, you got 25 sacks, 30 sacks, and the line must not be doing well.
So you don't look at the stats, but look at the one stat of how many times Mark Sanchez has been hit. I mean, this guy sounds like he's delusional. And again, I don't know anything about him. All I know is that today he lost his marbles because who cares? All I know is that this Jets team and his offensive line works in conjunction with this offense, which right now is ranked 30th in the league. Right now has had games where they can't move the football. They were shut out against the Niners. That's part of the blame has to fall on him. Not all of it. I'm not saying Coach Dave is responsible for everything, but how could you look at this and just not say, what is going on here? You know, if you're Woody Johnson, how can you look at your team and feel good about it? Could you? I mean, if you're a Jets fan, you take this seriously. Everyone takes it seriously. We care. That's why we go to the games. That's why we play fantasy football. That's why we call sports talk radio. That's why we listen to this show. That's why we wake up and get ready for Sundays that are football from beginning to end. How can you not be horrified by what's going on with this Jets team right now? Mike in Pomona, you're on ESPN New York. What's up, Mike?
How you doing? I'm just here. We're listening to the show. I'm with my nephew, and we're here. And we're big Jets fans. And you know what? We're not embarrassed in the least. And I'll tell you what, that's part of being a Jets fan, is going through the ups and downs. And I just want to have my nephew here for a second. He has a piece of advice for Rex Ryan. And
no, I'm not having the flicker of a phone call here. I appreciate it, but all right, you don't have to be embarrassed, and that's fine, and that's your prerogative. I think part of that, it's like you're dealing with a troubled child. You say, you know what? I know my child is troubled. My child is troubled. And it doesn't bother me, and it doesn't embarrass me, and that's fine. For me, I think this is unbelievable. The Jets do this day after day after day. Sam in Brooklyn, you're on ESPN New York. What's up, Sammy?
Hey, what's going on?
How are you, bud?
Listen, I don't want to watch the Jets anymore. I don't see the point. The team is not. I mean, my main issue is with Rex Ryan. Rex Ryan is constantly doing the same stuff, but ultimately he doesn't. He's not the same person that he is with the players and I'm sorry, I have to collect my thoughts.
Sam is so disturbed that he completely lost his train of thought. I'm sorry. I feel badly. I know what it's like. I'm just there with you. I just happen to root for a different team. I know what it's like. The Niners game out in San Francisco in '93 where they lost 44-3 and Lawrence Taylor and Phil Simms the last game, it still bothers me. Plexico Burress shooting himself in the leg, beating the Niners out in San Fran with 38-10 and losing that game 39-38. I mean, these things still haunt me. The Deshaun Jackson punt return, but these are all on the field things. Those are all on the field things. But I feel it. I feel it when my team lets me down. And see, I look at the Jets. They're not just letting you down on the field. They're letting you down off the field. And that's why this really stinks. Rob on the cell. You're on ESPN New York. What's up, Rob?
Hey, Dave. My birthday is this Sunday.
Happy birthday, Rob.
Thank you. I'm saying that because I think that qualifies me to be a lifelong Jet fan, Met fan, Islander fan, Knicks fan. I went the opposite way of my dad, who was a New York Giants fan, football Giants fan, okay?
Uh-huh.
So my first Jet game, the one I saw, was the Heidi Bowl.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, the first game I went to in person was in '73 when O.J. Simpson ran for 200 yards and broke 2,000 yards for the season.
Right.
Okay, so that qualifies me. So I'm going to tell you right now, as a qualified Jet fan, this is what's going to happen this season. Jets are going to end up finishing 9-7, and they're either going to back into the playoffs or lose, but because someone else backs in.
Rob, I got to tell you, I mean, this team is not making the playoffs. I know that the last 5 games are easy, but I just, for the life of me, I can't look at what the Jets have on the schedule and say they're going to run the table and wind up at 9-7.
All right, let me ask you this, because I don't know.
Okay.
Right now, what are the 2 wild card teams that go into the playoffs right now, this week?
This second, it would be Pittsburgh and Indianapolis.
And they're both what?
India's 7-4. I mean, think about it. India has a 3-game lead over the Jets, and Pittsburgh has a 2-game lead over the Jets.
No, I'm just asking. So right now, the 2 wild card teams are 7-4.
7-4 and 6-5.
Right. So that means that at least one of those teams has to tie or lose to the Jets record, correct?
Well, the Jets, actually, I can't believe we're even having this discussion, Rob, because it's your birthday on Sunday. I will humor you. The Jets would have the tiebreaker against Indianapolis because they beat them earlier in the year, and the Jets would.
Exactly. That's my point. The Jets will either make the playoffs by backing in, or they'll miss the playoffs because Indianapolis gets it over them.
Rob, happy birthday, my man. I do not see this coming back down to something very close, and the Jets, on the precipice of making it to the postseason. They're 4-7, and they're going to rattle off a 5-game win streak to end the season. I don't see how. I can't believe that we sit here and talk about such nonsense with the Jets, but we do because it has to be talked about. And we continue that next. Dave Rothenberg with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Let's go! Let's go!
Jets to have any shot at making the playoffs, they must win out. Can this Jets team handle the challenge?
I know the commitment of our players, and that's why I'm confident that we can improve and will improve.
Jets Cardinals coverage gets underway Sunday at 11. Brought to you by MasterCard's.
Right now, the Home Depot has freshly cut Christmas trees starting at only $17.98. Picking out the perfect tree is a great tradition. Paying too much shouldn't be. Take one of these beauties home for the holidays and you could save enough for a little extra garland, a few more lights on the tree, or maybe an extra gift or two beneath it. All thanks to our freshly cut Christmas trees arriving weekly and starting at only $17.98. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. U.S. only.
As everyone knows, the holidays are a season for giving. And this holiday season, you won't find an automobile dealer giving more than the folks at Nissan of Manhattan. And we're happy to tell you, this generosity will be openly displayed during the Nissan Season to Save event, where you can get incredible deals like an all-new 2013 Nissan Altima for just $189 a month for 36 months, or a 2012 Rogue S all-wheel drive for $169 a month for 39 months. In fact, every new Nissan model in stock is priced for immediate delivery. And of course, at Nissan of Manhattan, our generosity isn't confined to new vehicles. If you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, simply visit our inventory page at nissanofmanhattan.com and see our varied selection of certified Nissan and other pre-owned vehicles priced for the holiday season. The Season to Save is all part of Nissan of Manhattan's ongoing mission to provide our customers with the best product and the best automotive value possible. So this holiday, when making your list and checking it twice, make sure the name of Nissan of Manhattan and Season to Save are there in big, bold letters. Nissan of Manhattan, 48th Street and 11th Avenue, or nissanofmanhattan.com. Altima 1784, Rogue 3763, do it signing plus tax, tags, and registration.
Do not be alarmed, but I am on the roof of your car right now. I just found out Little Caesars has hot and ready pizza and wings, which means I don't have to call ahead or wait. Sorry I had to get you involved, but I needed a ride. It's only $6 for hot and ready Caesar wings and $5 for a large hot and ready pepperoni pizza. If I'm not on the roof when you get there, I've fallen off, but do not come looking for me. Just go in and enjoy the wings and pizza. Thanks.
Pizza. At participating locations plus tax.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
You of your rights and give you a guaranteed quote. And we have an A+ rating with the BBB. So get protected. Call U.S. Tax Shield now at 1-800-226-8184.
I'm at a pain.
The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
A lot of big names on the Baseball Hall of Fame ballot. Barry Bonds, Sammy Sosa, Roger Clemens. We'll get into that in about 15 minutes of what, if any, deserve to get into the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame up in Cooperstown. Right now, Jets offensive lineman Coach Dave, as we like to call him affectionately here on the Dave Rothenberg Show, goes out and just some unbelievable comment. He's in my personal soundbite Hall of Fame. We listened to the big one moments ago. Let's listen to the little one again. It's easy for fans to be critical, but you don't. This is the problem. You don't understand.
It's easy to sit in the stands and say, hey, you know, I mean, you guys are professionals. These fans, they sit up there, they see what they see. I get it. They have their opinion. They're entitled. I sit and watch film. Hours and hours of it. I dissect it. I know who's supposed to block who. So I'm content with what's going on. I'm happy. Am I happy we're not winning? No, of course not. Am I happy we're 30th in the league? Of course not. But my job is this. My job is not that. My job has one specific area, and I do it. All right? And if it's not to the liking of my bosses, they'll let me know. And they haven't sold me so yet.
All right, so I guess he's doing a great job. Jets offensive line hitting it to the nines, doing an unbelievable job. I just listen to what this club has to spew all the time. And you know who I blame? And I like him, and I think he's probably a great guy, and I'd love to go out and get a steak with him. But this is Rex's team. You know, when Bart Scott comes out and says stupid stuff, when your offensive line coach comes out and says stupid stuff, when you lose the team last year and Santonio Holmes walks off the field and you don't know that he's not there, when Tim Tebow has broken ribs and you think he's perfectly healthy and able to play in a game, I mean, this all falls on Rex Ryan. Because Rex is that guy that thinks he can control everything, and honestly, he's controlling nothing. And when this club is winning and making AFC championship games, then we don't care. But when this team, and we said this a lot, and a lot of people echoed these sentiments, that when this team starts losing, if that happens with Rex Ryan, that this is going to crumble. And look what's happening right now. I would think if you're a Jets fan, you are at the end of your rope. Are you embarrassed right now as a Jets fan? 1-800-919-3776. Lance in New Jersey, are you embarrassed as a Jets fan, Lance?
Actually, what I'm embarrassed about is ownership. I mean, I listen to you, so I like you, so I have to disagree with you a little bit.
Okay.
What I disagree with you about is Rex's role. I would say, in my opinion, 40% is on Rex.
What did you say, 40, Lance?
Yeah, I would say 40% is definitely Rex Ryan. And here's what I'll tell you why. This meathead coming out, Mr. Dave, coming out saying what he said, absolutely, that's Rex is bad. Rex should own that up, and same thing with Bart Scott. But the whole Tim Tebow situation, the way I see it, for Rex to come out in a press conference and say, I wouldn't let my son throw the crack rib, tells me one thing, that Woody Johnson had every intention on putting Tim Tebow on the sideline to show everyone that, hey, Tim Tebow, let's take us, we need to get done. In my opinion, Woody Johnson wants to be just like Jerry Jones. He wants to. I
believe that, and I actually firmly believe that this was Woody Johnson that demanded that the Jets go and acquire Tim Tebow. Because look at how, and thanks for the call, Lance. Look at how they used him all year. They have no idea, and they don't want to use him. So I believe that. But this is still Rex's team. This is still Rex's team. And, yes, do I think that they execute things well with Tim Tebow? No. I think that they have no concept of how to use him or want to use him. But there's a lot that goes by on this club that is not what I would consider to be above board or normal or working right now for this team. And you know what? If you're bad and you're 3-8 or you're 4-7 or things are not going well for you, we don't need to hear you saying anything. Nonetheless, attacking us. Mike in Manhattan, you're on ESPN New York. What's up, Mike?
How you doing, Dave?
Good.
Big
How are
fan
you?
of the show.
Thanks.
I'm doing well. I'm kind of loving this debate here, and I'm just a little confused as to what's going on with the Jets community as a whole.
I don't think you're alone in that.
I mean, I'm 23 years old. My father's a Jets fan. My grandfather, it's in my blood.
Right.
Right, and I get it, standing by your team, supporting your team, because you feel like, you're part of the family. And a good family member will stand by their,
Mike, I get it, and I get that delusion that comes with being a passionate fan of a team. But at some point, it's like having a kid. And you probably don't because you're only 23. But your kid can be wrong, and your kid can make mistakes, and your kid can embarrass you, and you can still stand by them.
I get it. And a good family member will buy that kid's way into Harvard, even though they're special needs, But, what happens when Bart Scott, the face of the defense, goes out and starts criticizing fans? It's our fault that they're 4-7?
Right. I mean, that's the thing. And thanks for the call, Mike. Don't you understand? None of this is the Jets' fault. None of it is the Jets. I mean, none of this is on Coach Dave. None of this is on Rex Ryan. None of this is on the offensive line. None of it is the fault of Bart Scott. None of it is the fault of Tim Tebow. Every single thing is your fault, is the fans' fault, is my fault, is the media's fault. We are to blame, not this team. That's the way they act, at least. Mary in Edgewater, you're on ESPN New York. What's up, Mary?
Hey, Dave, how's it going?
Good.
Good. I'd like to echo the sentiments of being absolutely embarrassed and humiliated right now as a Jets fan. I really feel like they came into the season not having a clear and concise plan that was, ready to be executed. And then I think what happens when your plan is not working is the biggest problem is not being able to make adjustments. And I think that's what has killed them in all of their losses this whole year. I really,
But Mary, let me ask you this.
Way this could have not.
Mary, let me ask you a question. You say they didn't have a plan and this didn't work and that didn't work. When you look at the Jets and you line the Jets up and look at the talent that they have compared to other teams in this league, do the Jets have the same or similar talent to these teams, or are they lacking?
I definitely think they're lacking.
And that's it. And that's my whole point. And that's all I've said about this Jets team, is that they've painted this picture of how they're so well built, and the offensive line and the running game and Sperano and Grant. I mean, they sold us such a load of nonsense. And some of us, I mean, when the Jets put up, they put up 38 in that first game against Buffalo? When the Jets put up 38, my Twitter feed went crazy that I knew nothing about football. I said, well, let's just wait and see what happened. Sanchez is great. Hill is the difference. Curley's going to be a monster. Look at this team. Even I, who thought that this was going to be a bad season, did not expect this. Did not expect to be sitting here, week 13, the Jets completely crumbling around themselves. Chuck in Manhattan, you're on ESPN New York. What's up, Chuck?
Hey, Dave. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I think you're spot on your observation about the Jets. I've been a season ticket holder since 1979, and quite frankly, I'm not enamored with Rex and his crew because they're overselling themselves and selling us a bill of goods that it demonstrated on the field that they don't have the talent, and there's problems there. And it's just very frustrating.
It is. It really is. And I genuinely, I'm not saying this to mock or have fun. I genuinely feel badly for Jets fans because I know what it's like. I do. I'm that guy that sits there, and when the Giants lose, I lose sleep, and I get angry at my wife, and I get annoyed at my kids, and I don't want to wake up the next morning, and I don't want to read the paper, and I don't want to host my show. I know what that's like. Now, I don't know what this is like because this takes it to an unbelievable level. But I know what that's like. And that's why this is just so you can't write this stuff. You can't make this stuff up, what's going on right now with the Jets. Timmy in Queens, you're on ESPN New York. What's up, Tim?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I'd just like to comment on I'm a big Jets fan, and I really am very, very upset with what's been going on. I think they need to go out. Alex Smith is a possible prospect.
But what do you want, Alex? You want to go from a below average quarterback to a completely average quarterback? I mean, is that what you want to do as your big off-season move?
I just think that's really an option. Alex Smith, I think, has some potential.
But how about this, Tim? How about actually going out and building as good an offense as you can around Mark Sanchez?
I don't know.
I mean, how about that? How about instead of thinking of can we upgrade by bringing Alex Smith in, can we go from like the 21st rated quarterback in the NFL to the 19th rated quarterback? To a guy that most of his career has been a subpar quarterback? Why not think, how can we shore up the offensive line? What weapons can we give a quarterback? What running game can we give a quarterback that we've seen when the proper pieces are in place can succeed in this league? All right, we'll get back to this Jets conversation in a little bit, I promise you. But we will dissect one of the most controversial Hall of Fame ballots coming up in Major League history. We'll do that next. Dave Rothenberg with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Let's go! For the Jets to have any shot at making the playoffs, they must win out. Can this Jets team handle the challenge?
I know the commitment of our players, and that's why I'm confident that we can improve and will improve.
Jets Cardinals coverage gets underway Sunday at 11. Brought to you by MasterCard's.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, oh, that's so sweet, it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only and void in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
Coming up Friday on Mike and Mike in the Morning, 7:30 Eastern, Washington Redskins head coach Mike Shanahan is going to tell us how Robert Griffin III has changed the way he coaches the team. Plus, Stone Cold Lead Pipe Blocks. All Friday, Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
ESPNRadio.com. Right now.
Hi, I'm Bob Picozzi. On Thursday's edition of Mike and Mike, Mike Greenberg and Mike Golick discussed Jim Harbaugh's decision to name Colin Kaepernick, the 49ers starting quarterback, for Sunday's game with the Rams. Tonight's Saints-Falcons game, whether users of performance-enhancing drugs should be voted into baseball's Hall of Fame, and a skirmish between the Nets and the Celtics. They visited with Marcellus Wiley, Brian Billick, John Lynch, and Frank Caliendo. It's all yours on the Mike and Mike page at ESPNradio.com. Meanwhile, over at the Pod Center page...
Hey, it's Ross Tucker from the ESPN Football Today podcast. Today, we're talking Jason Babin getting claimed by the Jags, Colin Kaepernick's the starter at San Francisco, and Saints-Falcons on Thursday Night Football.
Hey, it's Nate Roberts with the Fantasy Focus Football podcast. On today's show, Matthew Berry and I talk about his Week 13 rankings.
You can hear this and much more on the Pod Center page at ESPNradio.com. Log on to the ESPNradio.com stream, the most listened to stream in the world.
ESPN, your NBA destination.
Oh, what a move! Beautiful play!
Wednesdays and Fridays, all season long.
That's smooth.
The can't-miss plays.
Oh, nice play.
The brightest stars.
A three.
The marquee matchups. Tomorrow, it's Nuggets-Lakers at 10:30 Eastern on ESPN. Presented by State Farm.
Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Special occasions like birthdays, anniversary, and the holidays are so much more special when you send a beautiful bouquet from 1-800-Flowers.com. They're fresh and beautiful flowers from a company that cares about delivering smiles to the people you care about. And this week, the offer is incredible for my listeners. It's the Rose and Calla Lily Bouquet from 1-800-Flowers.com. Half off this best-selling bouquet. 1 dozen vibrant red roses paired with 6 white calla lilies and a clear glass vase for only $29.99. Regularly $59.99. This week only, it's 50% off. The Rose and Calla Lily Bouquet. It's absolutely beautiful. These in your home change the look of the room. Perfect time of the year. Don't wait. Order the Rose and Lily Bouquet at half price. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the Radio Mike upper right side. Enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com. Enter Colin or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
Or it's too late. Lowe's. Never stop improving. Offer valid November 28th through December 3rd. While supplies last, see store for details.
Dave Rothenberg with your ESPN New York Sports Center. Yankees and Mariano Rivera finalized a one-year deal worth a reported $10 million. Also today, former Yankee catcher Russell Martin signed on with the Pirates pending a physical. Terms of that deal, reportedly $17 million over 2 years. NFL news today at Jets practice. Head coach Rex Ryan addressed several subjects, including some damage control following linebacker Bart Scott's comments regarding Jets fans.
I had a conversation with Bart, and and when what I said, I'll stay behind, that our fans deserve better. And I was the first guy to say, would say that. And with us, it's just, when I mentioned to Bart, you have to appreciate the fans. The thing that makes this game so great is the players and the fans. And that's the truth.
Jets-Cardinals pregame 11 o'clock Sunday morning right here, of course, on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Thursday night football, Saints at Falcons, under 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Falcons leading this one 23-13. Drew Brees has now been picked off 5 times in this football game. College football, Rutgers with a chance to go to a BCS bowl game. Didn't happen. They lose at home to Louisville 20-17. NBA news, Nets announced today that center Brooke Lopez will miss the next 2 games with a mild foot sprain. Also forward Gerald Wallace was fined $35,000 for his role in the altercation against the Celtics last night. And the Celtics point guard Rajon Rondo has been suspended 2 games for what happened in that altercation last night. He says he will not appeal the suspension.
The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
We find out on January 9th. So what's January 9th? January 9th is a big day. We find out what players make it into the Baseball Hall of Fame or elected into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Of course, there's a couple of huge names. Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, Mark McGwire. I don't think McGwire's going to get in. Rafael Palmeiro. I don't think Rafael Palmeiro would. Well, I don't think they would allow Rafael Palmeiro even to go to the Hall of Fame. Forget about being elected in. I don't think they even allow him in the city of Cooperstown. Sammy Sosa. I don't think there's any way he's getting in. But we're bringing right now Barry Bloom from MLB.com, who actually had a chance to sit down with Barry Bonds, and he told Barry told Barry about how he really does care about making it into the Hall of Fame. Is that right, Barry?
Well, yeah, I think in his heart of hearts he really does. And, but I think as he elucidated in the piece, he'd like to make it in for the right reasons, which is based on the statistics and the great career he had on the field, and not have to worry about all the distractions of what people think he might have done or didn't do.
Is he at all admitting of maybe he was not above board on everything he did, or does he still take this stance of he did nothing wrong?
Well, Barry has, it's not like Roger Clemens, where Clemens came out and he said after the Mitchell report that he denied ever using performance-enhancing drugs, and he went in front of Congress and said the same thing and was put on trial for it. I mean, Barry has basically said that he unknowingly might have done it, and that's the testimony that got him in trouble in the Balco case and brought him to trial in San Francisco, and he was cleared on all those perjury charges. So Barry has never admitted that he knowingly did it, but obviously he has hedged it, particularly in his own testimony.
All right, when you look at some of these guys, and we're talking with Barry Bloom from MLB.com, when you look at some of these names, Bonds and Clemens and McGwire and Palmeiro and Sosa, do you think they're all linked together? I mean, do you think if one goes in, there's a chance that multiples may go in, or do you realistically think that there's a pretty good chance that Barry Bonds can make it into the Hall of Fame on that first ballot?
Actually, no, I don't. I mean, I don't think McGwire and Palmeiro are ever going to get in. I think, McGuire's been on the ballot for 4 or 5 years already, and he averages between 20 and 25% vote a year. Last year, I think it was down to 20. Palmeiro was 19% last year, and his second year on the ballot. You need 5 to stay on every year for 15 years. So it seems like they're going to get enough votes to stay on every year. But I think there's a lot of people who look at Bonds and Clemens in particular, and they say, there is a striation in 2 parts of their careers, where if you use 98 as kind of the demarcation line for the beginning of the so-called steroid era in baseball, these guys had great careers even before that. Bonds had won 3 or 4 MVPs. Clemens had won 4 Cy Young awards. They had piled up terrific numbers that probably would have put them in the Hall of Fame if their careers had ended right then and there. So I think that separates them out a little bit. Do I think that Bonds gets in on the first ballot? No, I don't. I think that, some time is going to have to pass. It's the great thing about the 15-year requirement of the ballot. I mean, I've been voting for it voting for the Hall since 1992. I've changed my mind over time. I review players. I relook at situations. You never know what's going to come out, what revelation's going to happen, what's going to happen between now and then. I think there's plenty of time for these guys. And the ballot's chocked, really, in the next 4 or 5 years anyway. For the people that don't make it, you're going to have holdover. You've got Glavine and Maddox on the ballot next year. You've got Randy Johnson and Trevor Hoffman the year after that. I mean, these guys are pretty much slam dunk, as far as I'm concerned, into the Hall. And you're going to have all these other guys. So I think ultimately I think Bonds and Clemens will certainly get in. I think Sosa should get in. And, we'll see where you go from there. But I don't think they're linked.
I thought one of the interesting things in your article, and people can read it on MLB.com, is that Barry Bonds wants to get back into baseball, and I guess there's no welcoming for him to get back into baseball, is there?
Well, he had some preliminary talks this past summer with the Giants about coming back in as a roping instructor. I think what he'd like to do is work for the Giants and kind of helicopter into situations, whether it be at the major league or minor league level. I don't think he wants to be a coach day-to-day on the major league team like his father was the hitting coach in his first few years when Barry was in San Francisco. But so far, those talks haven't come to fruition. And I think part of the reason for this is that in his life has been kept in limbo by the court case, and he's got this one count of obstruction of justice with which he was tried on and was found guilty. That's sitting in the Ninth Circuit out in California, or out west, and it's been there for quite some time. And I think it's going to come out of the Ninth Circuit in one way or another. And either what the Ninth Circuit is going to do, it's going to affirm what the lower court decided, or it's going to remand the decision back to the lower court to rehear. And at that point, you kind of wonder whether the feds are going to really bring that back up again and just drop the case.
What does Barry Bonds look like physically now? I mean, I know he came up and he was so good early on in his career, and he's like a string bean kind of player, big base stealer, 35, 40 steals a year. And then he I remember he got huge, and people said, of course he's doing steroids or PEDs or something, because look at the size of him. What does he look like now?
Let me give you this sort of insight into McGwire and Bonds, because I spent so much time around these guys during that era, and Bonds and I were pretty close. Regardless of whether they did something or didn't do something, they were in the work room, in the weight rooms, working incessantly. They put in so much work on what they were doing that they bulked up to an incredible degree that had nothing to do with just ingesting drugs. I mean, now, from my understanding of having done a lot of research and coverage of this thing over time, my understanding is that depending on the type of drug you take, it would give your muscles the opportunity to recover quicker, to be able to pound heavier weights as time goes on. And that's what these guys did. And so Bonds obviously bulked up doing this work in the weight room, as did McGwire. Now, I stand next to McGwire on the field around the batting cage. He was the hitting coach of the Cardinals. Now he's with the Dodgers. And he looks like a little guy because he just doesn't do this stuff anymore. And it's the same thing with Barry. Barry's no little guy. He's 48 years old. He looks fit as a fiddle. He's about 220 pounds. It looks like he could light a match off of him. And what he's done is he's into cycling and staying in shape cardiovascularly, and he doesn't do weights anymore. And you can see that in his body, that his upper body is just trimmed down, and his diet, he's lost a lot of weight. So, I mean, Barry looks great, and very healthy, and I think he's always going to take care of his body.
All right, Barry, we appreciate a couple minutes. Certainly catch up with you in January when the decisions are made on some of these guys. Thanks so much.
Yeah, that'll be fun, and thanks for having me on and talking about the story. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. You can go to MLB.com and read this story. It's a good story, good article. Barry Bonds, and the headline is he does care about making it to the Hall of Fame. And I think at some point, this is what I think, at some point you'll see Bonds in. At some point, and I don't think as soon, you'll see Clemens in. I don't think you'll ever see Sosa in. I think it's going to be a long time before you see McGwire in. And Palmeiro, like I said earlier, I don't think he should even be allowed in the city of Cooperstown. Can the Jets realistically turn this thing around next year? Is that a realistic idea? We'll get into that next. Dave Rothenberg with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Jets head coach Rex Ryan, weekly on the Michael Kay Show.
Do you believe that these last 5 games are going to be a referendum on you, and do you feel these last 5 games you're coaching for your job?
If I focus on my situation, that really isn't the priority here. The priority is the players and getting these guys to where we're playing good football and better football and keep improving. I think that's where the priority has to be.
Make this Christmas come to life with a fresh-cut Fraser fir Christmas tree from Lowe's for only $19.98. Plus, take something home to put under the tree, like the 70-piece Cobalt Drill Driver Set for only $14.98. That's a savings of $25. Hurry into Lowe's for these and other great offers before it's too late. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer valid November 28th through December 3rd. While supplies last, see store for details.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now, the markets are still keeping a close eye on Washington as the deadline for the so-called fiscal cliff approaches. The Dow closed up 37 points, the Nasdaq gained 23, and the S&P added 7. House Speaker John Boehner says no real progress was made in meeting with Treasury Secretary Geithner as both sides try to hammer out a deal to avoid those automatic tax increases and deep government spending cuts that would take place at the end of the year. Black Friday was no match for Sandy. Major retailers like Kohl's, Target, and Macy's are reporting weak sales in November. The strong start to the holiday shopping season wasn't enough to offset the damage that was caused by the storm earlier this month. Maybe we haven't seen the last of the Twinkie. Hostess Brand says it's in talks with 110 potential buyers for the product lines that it makes, including Twinkies, Ding Dongs, and Ho-Hos. The company said in bankruptcy court that the suitors now include at least 5 national retailers. Daria Albinger, ABC News.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Both Florida State and Georgia Tech are coming off crushing defeats to their top in-state rivals, but they both must regroup quickly. Up next, the ACC Championship and a trip to the Orange Bowl on the line.
Diving attempted an interception, and it's picked up.
Number 13 Florida State versus Georgia Tech, Saturday 7 Eastern on ESPN, ESPN Radio, and ESPNRadio.com.
Tuesday, the Jimmy V Classic returns as 4 teams take the court for a good cause. First, 5-star center Cameron Ridley in Texas battle a gutsy Georgetown team led by standout Otto Porter. Then, C.J. Leslie and one of the most exciting Wolfpack squads in years go up against scoring sensation Shabazz Napier and UConn. The Jimmy V Classic, presented by Corona. Texas, Georgetown at 7 Eastern, and NC State UConn at 9. Tuesday on ESPN.
Colin Cowherd's top 10 teams in the NFL. It's the Herd Hierarchy. Number 10.
Begrudgingly, Baltimore. Now, they've won 6 straight games, but the teams have losing records.
Number 9.
Green Bay Packers.
Number 8.
Matt Ryan in Atlanta.
Number 7.
San Francisco. Am I worried a little bit about a quarterback controversy? Not at all. They're creating depth.
Number 6.
Houston. They've allowed more than 30 points in back-to-back games.
Number 5.
In Chicago's last 22 games, with Cutler, they're 13-2. Without him, they're 1-6.
Number 4.
I don't care Pittsburgh's lost the last 2 weeks. They haven't had Big Ben. That's why they remain in my top 4.
Number 3.
New York Giants.
Number 2.
Denver played poorly and won on the road. I don't care if it's Kansas City. 4 straight road wins.
Number 1.
The New England Patriots. The last team to beat Denver and did by 10 points.
Catch the Herd Hierarchy every Tuesday in the Herd on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
I think that most of us can agree that things have not worked out well for the Jets this year, right? If you grade this on a letter grade, this has been, a C minus D? You grade this on a number grade, this has been, a 65? I mean, this has not been a good year for the Jets. But you see what can happen quickly in the NFL. Colts were the laughing stock last year. Look at them this year. Maybe they'll make the postseason. You can make a quick turnaround in this league. Redskins, laughing stock last year, except against when they played the Giants, of course. And now this year, now still 5-6, but they're different. There's an excitement. There's a feeling around that team. Can the Jets turn this around next year? I mean, can we be sitting here, what's today, the 29th? On November 29th of 2013 and saying, what do the Jets need to do to win the Super Bowl next year? Like, if they're at that stage that they really are close next season. Or is this going to be a very long process? See, for me, they have to determine, and this is what scares me about this club, they have to determine what they need. And if you told me that they had someone in place at the top that I had complete confidence in, I think you start to believe that things will turn around. But I don't know what's going to happen with Tenenbaum. I don't know if Rex, I don't know about Rex. You know, I think now Rex did a great job in year 1 and year 2. But I think it's easy to have the talent that he had, the system that he brought in, and to win. And it's different than trying to retool this entire team. And that's what he has to do now, is retool this team. Because if they're going to be stubborn and this offseason sit here and tell us how they were so close and just one or two things would have happened that they would have been a postseason team and fool themselves. See, what do they always say about someone who's a gambler or a drinker or that does drugs? What's the first thing you have to do? Admit you have a problem, right? Isn't that the case? Admit that you have a problem. Well, the Jets, in that same vein, they have to look at this and say, something's not right. You know, because all you hear from this club is, I mean, we're so close, and one play here, or one play there, or a non-turnover here, or an interception here, and we're a good team. And I don't think that's the case. I think this team lacks talent, and they need to overhaul this club. And if they do that, and they recognize that, then maybe. And if they don't, and they make a little tweak here, and a little adjustment here, this is going to be a monster season last year. We'll see if they can get this turned around. Can the Jets turn this thing around next year? One off season. Whatever they decide to do with the quarterback and the GM and the receivers and the line and the defense and the Bart Scott and everybody. Can the Jets turn this thing around for next year? 1-800-919-3776. Can the Jets turn this thing around next year? George in Ossining. Can the Jets turn this thing around in 2013, George?
Yeah, what's up, Dave? For taking my call.
Sure.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
I don't think so. I don't think with this draft coming up, I don't think there's going to be a bunch of talent in a position skill, so to speak.
Well, there's always talent. I don't think you're going to have a ton of talent
I just don't think there's that blockbuster talent that they need.
Well, there's not a skill position. And Mel Kiper was on the show earlier and said he doesn't think there's going to be a quarterback taken in the top 15 next year.
Right, and I think this draft is going to be front-loaded on defensive linemen, which we have a bunch of good young ones. So, I mean, I don't think we're going to be investing in young defensive line talent. So, if it's not going to be through blockbuster trades, I just don't see it.
Well, you don't see, and George, you know that you don't see blockbuster trades in the NFL. It doesn't happen in the NFL. I mean, you have to, and this is part of the problem with the Jets. You can't just go making these signings thinking you're one piece away. A year ago, think about how things change in a year. Last August, when the lockout got solved and we decided we were going to have an NFL season, we were all so excited. And there was that frenzy. Remember that free agent frenzy where every day like 50 guys would sign and you'd go crazy and you'd keep an eye. Remember that the Jets thought that if they could just sign Nnamdi Asomugha, there was no way they wouldn't win the Super Bowl. Remember that? I mean, they were Nnamdi Asomugha away from being, the best team ever known to the NFL. And now look where we are. And that's why, this is so fickle. This changes on a dime, this league. Unless, and the Jets don't have this, you have a big quarterback. When the Jets don't have that big quarterback. But can it turn around? Yeah, it can turn around. Find a way. And I don't know how, but find a way to add, a legitimate receiver to go along with Santonio Holmes. And find a way to shore up this right tackle, which clearly is still not right. Find a way to shore up the holes cut the garbage away from this team. Look at the Eagles. The Eagles are about rock bottom right now. They sit here at 3-8. They've lost 7 in a row. But look at the Eagles. What do they say? You know what, Jason Babin, you're a cancer, so you will not be on this team next year. Well, when are the Jets going to do that? Julio in Manhattan. Can the Jets rebound next year, Julio?
I think they can. Thanks for having me. Big fan of your show.
Thanks.
I'm a diehard Giants fan, so this is just amusing. I love the the whole debacle with Sanchez running into his lineman. It's just hilarious. But I think Sanchez is not the problem. I think Tannenbaum has to go.
Right.
Sperano has to go. Tebow has to go. And they need to sign, a bunch of wide receivers so they can throw the ball.
Yep.
I mean, it's a passing league. So if you go out and sign both Wes Welker and Dwayne Bowe or Mike Wallace, I mean, you can turn it around real fast. They got the defense.
No, people think they have this, thanks for the call, people think they have this unbelievable defense. This defense doesn't stop the run. This defense has a lot of big, I know the Jets shot themselves in the foot on Thanksgiving night, but one of those shots was a Shane Vereen 80-yard touchdown to get this thing started. Julian Edelman on a 55-yard touchdown. Look at what Stephen Ridley did on this vaunted Jets defense. Justin, Long Island, can this Jets club turn it around soon, Justin?
Oh, absolutely. Thanks for taking my call, by the way.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all embarrassing YouTube videos aside, I think Sanchez is not the problem, just like Julio just said on the phone. I was just watching the Saints and Falcons game, and I was looking at all their wide receivers, even their 2 and 3 guys. They could be number ones on our team right now.
I mean, are you kidding? There would be like 7 receivers in that game that would be the number 1 receiver on the Jets. 7. Julio Jones, Roddy White, Tony Gonzalez, Jimmy Graham, Lance. I mean, you go up and down those clubs. Jack in Rockaway, you're on ESPN New York. What's up, Jack?
How are you doing? The Jets, if they do it right, they're 2 to 3 years before they can tear down and rebuild. Their team is such devoid of talent. If you look at all, especially in football, if you look at all sports and you wonder why the Lakers always win or the Giants in football and the Steelers, they have a stable ownership and they work their way down.
Yep. I think you're right, and Jack, I got to run. I apologize for cutting you short. I think that's the difference. Is the Jets think you can do a quick fix, and there's nothing wrong with knocking this whole thing down and building it up to get good for a while, not just for a quick run. Look at the good teams; they do it for a long time. I'm Dave Rothenberg, and this is ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
For the Jets to have any shot at making the playoffs, they must win out. Can this Jets team handle the challenge?
I know the commitment of our players, and that's why I'm confident that we can improve and will improve.
Jets Cardinals coverage gets underway Sunday at 11. Brought to you by MasterCard's.
Right now, the Home Depot has freshly cut Christmas trees starting at only $17.98. Picking out the perfect tree is a great tradition. Paying too much shouldn't be. Take one of these beauties home for the holidays, and you could save enough for a little extra garland, a few more lights on the tree, or maybe an extra gift or two beneath it. All thanks to our freshly cut Christmas trees arriving weekly and starting at only $17.98. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. U.S. only.
As everyone knows, the holidays are a season for giving. And this holiday season, you won't find an automobile dealer giving more than the folks at Nissan of Manhattan. And we're happy to tell you, this generosity will be openly displayed during the Nissan Season to Save event, where you can get incredible deals like an all-new 2013 Nissan Altima for just $189 a month for 36 months, or a 2012 Rogue S all-wheel drive for $169 a month for 39 months. In fact, every new Nissan model in stock is priced for immediate delivery. And of course, at Nissan of Manhattan, our generosity isn't confined to new vehicles. If you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, simply visit our inventory page at nissanofmanhattan.com and see our varied selection of certified Nissan and other pre-owned vehicles priced for the holiday season. The Season to Save is all part of Nissan of Manhattan's ongoing mission to provide our customers with the best product and the best automotive value possible. So this holiday, when making your list and checking it twice, make sure the name of Nissan of Manhattan and Season to Save are there in big, bold letters. Nissan of Manhattan, 48th Street and 11th Avenue, or nissanofmanhattan.com. Altima, 1784, Rogue 3763, due at signing plus tags and registration.
Do not be alarmed, but I am on the roof of your car right now. I just found out Little Caesars has hot and ready pizza and wings, which means I don't have to call ahead or wait. Sorry I had to get you involved, but I needed a ride. It's only $6 for hot and ready Caesar wings and $5 for a large hot and ready pepperoni pizza. If I'm not on the roof when you get there, I've fallen off, but do not come looking for me. Just go in and enjoy the wings and pizza. Thanks.
Pizza. At participating locations plus tax.
Less money on the tree means more presents under it.
More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. U.S. only.
What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball.
WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. Radio Sports Center.
I'm John Versteeg. Week 13, the Falcons and the Saints opening it up on Thursday night. Atlanta 10-1, looking to win and secure the NFC South.
Ryan going to throw. There's Gonzalez. What a catch! Touchdown Atlanta! Right over the top of Curtis Lofton.
West Durham, WQXI, 23-13. Falcons the win. Matt Ryan, his lone touchdown pass. Drew Brees for New Orleans, meanwhile, 5 interceptions, had a streak of 54 consecutive games with a touchdown pass snap. Atlanta needs Tampa Bay to lose or tie with Denver on Sunday in order to clinch the division. ESPN's Adam Schefter reporting the agent for suspended Saints coach Sean Payton negotiating with the NFL. The two sides trying to set the rules on which Payton can negotiate a contract extension with New Orleans. On the injury front, Steelers quarterback Ben Roethlisberger still not sure if he can play Sunday against the Ravens because of a sprained shoulder.
What I understand is it's an evaluation. How do you feel pain-wise? What can you deal with? What can't you deal with? And then what are you able to do? Like I said, can I throw the ball 30 yards, 40 yards, 50? How far can I throw the ball? So I think it's just an evaluation thing by everybody.
Steelers quarterback Ben Roethlisberger. Eagles QB Michael Vick has not passed his concussion test. He is not expected to start for the Eagles on Sunday against Dallas. Cowboys running back DeMarco Murray, a light practice on Thursday on his sprained right foot, the first practice since injuring the foot about 6 weeks ago. Jacksonville wide receivers Justin Blackmon and Cecil Shorts did not practice on Thursday. Blackmon dealing with a groin injury, Shorts a hamstring injury. Jacksonville plays at Buffalo on Sunday. NBA scoreboard halftime in the Bay Area. It's Denver up 60-51 over Golden State. Now earlier the Heat beat the Spurs 105-100. Commissioner David Stern promising, quote, significant sanctions on San Antonio after the Spurs sent home Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili to rest at the end of the 6-game road trip. All three flew home prior to Thursday's game. The NBA coming down on Boston Celtics guard Rajon Rondo. 2 games for his suspension in a role with the Brooklyn Nets. Chris Humphries on Wednesday, the scuffle they had. Rondo will sit out against Portland on Friday and on the road at Milwaukee on Saturday. College football, Louisville beats Rutgers 20-17. The Cardinals now in the driver's seat to win the Big East Championship.
Coming up Friday on Mike and Mike in the morning, 7:30 Eastern, Washington Redskins head coach Mike Shanahan is going to tell us how Robert Griffin III has changed the way he coaches the team. Plus, Stone Cold Lead Pipe Blocks. All Friday, Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
Leader in sports. This is ESPN Radio Sports Center tonight. From expert analysis, informative interviews, electrifying highlights, and breaking news. This is Sports Center tonight on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Big statement game for the Atlanta Falcons, and a NFL streak comes to an end for Drew Brees. We continue along Sports Center tonight on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com, presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm Chuck Wilson. The New Orleans Saints and Atlanta Falcons, they have a pretty good rivalry. They came into this game, the Saints visiting the 10-1 Falcons, in what amounted to a must-win game for the New Orleans Saints. Under the current playoff format since 1990, 30% of teams 6-6 made the playoffs, but only 4% of teams at 5-7 have made it. The Saints had won 11 of 13 meetings since Drew Brees joined the team in 2006. Atlanta, used to playing close games, had won 7 games this year by 7 or fewer points, but we're sitting there at 10-1. And it was Atlanta jumping out in this game
an early touchdown run in the first quarter, kept the Saints off the scoreboard, added another 17-yard touchdown pass for Matt Ryan to Tony Gonzalez, then added a field goal and led 17-0 midway second quarter. Back came the Saints, got a touchdown drive going, capped off by a 1-yard Mark Ingram touchdown run. But from then on, they weren't able to get into the end zone. Couple of field goals in the third quarter from 21 and then from 52 from Garrett Hartley. They got within 17-13, but in the fourth quarter, the Atlanta Falcons moved in close, got a field goal, and then a really important field goal. Matt Bryant hitting a 55-yarder with 4:25 to go. That put them up 10 points, and they win this game. We'll have much more on the Atlanta side of it in a moment. But Drew Brees making history here. Throws the ball 50 times, 28 completions, 341 yards, but no touchdown. No touchdowns. He had thrown a touchdown pass. Excuse me. He had thrown a touchdown pass in an NFL record 54 straight games. Instead, he found himself throwing too many of these.
Brees is going to fire middle of the field, and it is intercepted in the end zone by Thomas Naku. Joseph Morgan here to the left. Brees on play action. First down. Steps up, shoots it out of the backfield. It's intercepted. Sean Weatherspoon off the hands of Chris Ivory. Babineau plays the left end spot. Here's Brees on play action. Getting to his right. Middle of the field, intercepted William Moore. Midfield, 45. Moore keeps his feet into Atlanta, into Saint territory, and down to the 41. Here's Brees dropping back. Bierman's got him, and he intercepted Babineau. Oh, my goodness. Brees throws his fourth pick of the night. Brees going to throw, sail it down the field, and intercepted William Moore.
Isn't that amazing? WQXI with the calls. 5 interceptions by Drew Brees. William Moore had a pair. He led the team with 11 tackles. You heard the others. You've got both safeties. You've got a linebacker and 2 defensive linemen with picks. Incredible. On the offensive side, Matt Ryan managed the game well, 18 for 33, only 165 yards passing. Michael Turner had a good game, 12 carries, 83, and a touchdown. But the big situation here, only 1 turnover, and that came late in the game when they had a 10-point lead, and Turner was stood up on one of his runs, and they didn't blow the whistle for progress being stopped. And the defense did its job. You know, you stand up the guy, and then you try to rip away that ball, and eventually they got it. Let's hear from some of the particulars. We'll start with Atlanta Falcons veteran tight end Tony Gonzalez. He caught an early touchdown pass. He spoke with ESPN's Rachel Nichols down on the field right after the game.
Well, Tony, before this game, Drew Brees huddled up his group, and he said, "This is our division. They know it. We know it." What do you think after this game?
Well, apparently they don't know it. And we know it tonight. But, you know, they got to have that confidence. You know, what's gone on in the past with our 2 teams playing each other. But I'm loving this team. The resolve that we're having coming out here and sticking with it, even in the second half when things didn't look like they were going right for us. We stepped up when we had to. Defense came out and made some great plays getting those turnovers for us. And I'm just glad we came out with that victory.
Wins like this can be turning points, building blocks for a team. What is this win going to do for you guys?
It's huge for us, but it's not the end all be all, and it shouldn't be. We still got 4 games left. We still got some good football. We still got to keep getting better and taking on to the playoffs. And I like where we're at right now as a team, but we got to get better.
Some of the thoughts from Tony Gonzalez with ESPN's Rachel Nichols. Let's hear now from a pretty pleased Falcons head coach Mike Smith after his team's 23-13 win over the Saints.
I think tonight that was a really good win for our football team. I felt our defense played a tremendous game. Anytime you pick off 5 passes in a ball game, you've done a nice job. I felt that our guys showed a ton of resiliency throughout the entire football game. We entered tonight's game wanting to get the positive result and get mission 11 accomplished, and I thought we did that. And with that, I'll open it up for questions. Daryl?
Yes, Coach. Could you talk a little bit more in detail about that effort by the 5 interception effort by the defense?
I can't say enough about it. They made plays when the ball was in the air. I felt like we had some opportunities, believe it or not, to make a couple of other plays. That's a very good quarterback that is normally a very efficient player, and we were fortunate to take the ball away. I thought we did a nice job with our pressure in the ball game, pressuring the quarterback, and did a real good job of trying to make it one-dimensional. We did not give him the run game like we did the last time that we played him.
How did Christopher Owens do? He stepped up and made some plays after Asante went out for you.
I thought Christopher came in. Again, I'll have to watch the tape, but standing there on the sideline, I thought that Christopher did a very nice job. He had a nice break up there in the fourth quarter on a honey hole shot against cover 2. But this is a team that when the next guy has to come up, they step up. I can't say enough about the resiliency of this football team.
All right, the comments from Mike Smith, the Falcons head coach. And if you look at numbers here, the Saints had many more yards, 436 to 283. They were 7 for 14 on third down. The Falcons only 1 for 11, 24 to 15. Saints had the advantage in first downs. But, none of that matters if you turn the ball over 5 times. And red zone efficiency. Falcons 2 for 3. Saints 1 for 3. So those are always big. Field position is huge. We always talk about what field position can mean in a game. But the last 4 possessions for the Saints in this game, they had turnovers 3 times. And on the flip side of that, got 2 field goals from Atlanta. And that was, a huge part of what happened in this game. Tremendous performance, I think, for Atlanta. They ended up getting 1 sack, 6 quarterback hits, but they knocked down 12 passes. Of course, you got 5 picks. And did an outstanding job in the secondary against a team that was throwing the ball 50 times. The other thing that I would just point out is the New Orleans Saints had some plays. They had 5 plays of 20-plus yards, and the Atlanta Falcons had just 2. But, again, it's the ability to turn over that opponent. And frankly, Drew Brees threw some passes that were really kind of tough to understand, throwing into some real traffic at times. We're going to have much more on this game coming up. We're also watching that San Antonio Spurs situation with Commissioner David Stern. Very unhappy with the decision by Greg Popovich on deciding to sit out 4 of his players. Going to have much more on that coming up as well. Keep it here, Sports Center tonight on ESPN Radio at ESPNRadio.com.
Coming up Friday on Mike and Mike in the morning, 7:30 Eastern, Washington Redskins head coach Mike Shanahan is going to tell us how Robert Griffin III has changed the way he coaches the team. Plus, Stone Cold Lead Pipe Blocks. All Friday, Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
Progressive Insurance presents Flo's newest song. We compare rates to give you confidence.
We compare rates to find you a great deal, so you can be even more confident. Not that you need more confidence. I'm sure you're a great person with great posture. And you probably look really good in corduroy pants, which isn't easy.
Comparing rates to help you save. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Do you have unfiled tax returns or owe the IRS or state more than $10,000? If you don't take action now, your tax problem is only going to get worse. Seizure of property, back levies, wage garnishments, and potential criminal prosecution. Call the experts at U.S. Tax Shield for help at 1-800-226-8184. Our tax advisors will review your case for free, inform you of your rights, and give you a guaranteed quote. And we have an A+ rating with the BBB. So get protected. Call U.S. Tax Shield now at 1-800-226-8184.
Hey, this is Jared Max.
And I'm Robin Lundberg. Football Friday coming up on Maxed Out in the morning, plus basketball, Robin.
Stuck in a car this holiday season? Make your time stuck in gridlock traffic more manageable by downloading the ESPN Radio iPhone app. With the app, you can listen to nearly a dozen college bowl games as well as almost 40 podcasts, including the BS Report with Bill Simmons, the NBA Today, and many, many more. So what are you waiting for? Grab your GPS, buckle in your screaming kids, and download the ESPN Radio iPhone app today.
Coming up Friday on Mike and Mike in the morning, 7:30 Eastern, Washington Redskins head coach Mike Shanahan is going to tell us how Robert Griffin III has changed the way he coaches the team. Plus, Stone Cold Lead Pipe Blocks. All Friday, Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
ESPN Radio.